So about the transition. shoot, I didn't even notice the stream's back up. Give me 1 second. I kinda just stepped Twitch. I didn't even like. Tell me the stream's back up.
Step into the ring. Ready?
Oh, look who's back. No. No JV. This is. I'm getting cheesed. Can't do that because I'll be ready for it. I'm trying to be way too cute. Ah, it's so annoying. Got one.
No way. Electroshock.
Go ahead, kill me. That was on me. I should have known better to do that. No clutch on that here. Ah, it's just a tag. Or the death tag of the day. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and play against this other person. I need to refresh my chat pop-up, and I need to change the arena ID. Because when my internet goes out,
3, 2,
since I'm using Restream, because like I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube off of that. Restream just doesn't reload the chat. So I have to wait for it to like come back. Then I can see my chat. Alright, now I got my chat back up. Go ahead and keep playing. I'm gonna switch my character.
choose your fighter. Hero.
4x2R6. Why can't air dodge just be if it's rank 1? I hate it here. My asses are like very I'm dead. I'm not dead because they down through. What? 1 second. Yeah, you can.
Forgot you salted.
Yep. That they're good, like they're also pretty good at it. Concrete front white. I'll try to figure out one more time.
one, go!
Break my shield. I'm at like 20%. I don't care if you break it. I can't press off against that because they're always ready to play for me. Oh, this is Jed. It's not me. I can't be upset at that mistake. I did that, right? I think their plants like camel bounce because they can't really exploit fire breath that way. That's a kind of complaint. It's not often I like run into a Bowser that plays like this. That's what's fair there.
Choose your fighter!
I don't think that here's the answer. I tried all mods.
Richter! Ready?
I'm just feeling kind of
3, 2, 1, go! Go!
trying to figure out.
Take this! Yeah! Go! Take this! Take this! Yeah! Go!
That was not my fault. That was
Go! Take this!
Kate's fault.
Yeah! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Yeah!
That's the least I can do if I can't get around it. I would have had that grab if I wasn't all all months of their physical grab range.
Take this! Take this! Take this!
They can stack, so I guess I'm doing something.
Take this!
I'm trying to neutral air. I did not try to hold forward. I'm trying to neutral air.
Go! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Go! Take this! Go! Yeah! Take this! Yeah!
Probably. Yeah, I'm at like 150.
Bowser wins.
Hold him out. No. My Discord is not for Smash pilled players.
Ready?
Look, if you're here for just Smash, it's not the place to be.
3, 2, 1, go!
It's such a good option for pushing for
Bowser wins.
Uh, uh,
Ready? Three, two, one, go!
Go! Go! Go! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Yeah! Yeah! Go! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Yeah! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Go! Yeah! Take this! Yeah!
ah.
Go! Take this!
If I reacted soon, I would have made it back.
Go! Take this! Take this! Take this!
Great buffer system. That gets punished for like 40%.
Yeah! Take this!
That's just Velma. If Velma had like more range on that, I would have made it. The funny thing is, that move doesn't cover their whole fight.
Take this!
Like a lot of times, it just gets beat out because of priority. Ah.
Take this! Go! Take this! Yeah! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this!
I'm probably dead.
Take this! Take this! Go!
so now give it JV.
Bowser wins.
I'm just being stubborn. I'm just being stubborn and I want to win.
3, 2, 1, go!
Take this!
Oh, I ran right into that.
Go! Take this! Take this! Go! Go! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Take this! Go! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Take this! Yeah! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Yeah! Go! Go! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Yeah!
I need to remember you can't cast 3 people in ultimate. I still play it like I played Smash 4 when I do that.
Take this! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Yeah!
I think I'm just dead.
Take this! Go!
Yeah, I'm dead.
Bowser wins.
Oh, so annoying. I'm getting a feel for how to deal with it.
Go! Take this!
Alright, I deserved that. I was being silly.
Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Take this! Take this!
I won't kill. Yeah, I won't kill because it's from the other end of the stage. That fair-headed would kill. I can't roll in if they're just...
Take this!
If I'm rolling on your shit like that, I'll just go for a knock out of me.
Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this!
No wrist down kill.
Take this! Take this! Go!
Go ahead, kill me. I didn't do that.
Take this! Go! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Take this! Take this!
Stop. Not you. Game. Lagging.
Go! Take this! Take this! Take
I
this!
can anticipate my roll in every time.
Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Take this! Take this!
That was the game's fault. I was trying to buffer it out there.
Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this!
Game.
Now I feel bad for taking that win.
Richter wins.
Farewell!
I feel bad for taking that win just because of the lag. I don't even feel good about winning that game. Oh. Flurry of emotional flurry run back. Just stuck with lots of emotions. I don't feel good about that win. I feel bad about it. I don't feel so good about winning that game. you okay? Hey, I feel just about as bad as you do. I don't even feel good about that win. Because of all the lag, you know. I'm sorry, man. Oh my god. So annoying. What's going on with my stomach? It's annoying. Basically, same stuff. But they remove, like, any type of attack that Mill Toxic, kindly, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. You are clogging up arena space. If you are not going to play, then I'm going to have to kick you. Other people want to play, and you are occupying the battle arena. can sulk about that loss all you want, but other people want to play.
Ready? Three, two, one, go!
Take this! Yeah! Take this! Take this! Go! Take this! Take this! Take this!
Ah, armor.
Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this! Take this!
Oh. That would kill me in the res.
Take this!
Almost had time to air that again.
Take this! Go! Take this!
There you go, buddy.
Take this!
Oh my gosh.
You don't belong in this world!
Give me a break. I can't take it anymore. So many Kazuyas. I'm switching my character. I don't want to play Ballbots.
Choose your fighter.
Who do I feel like playing?
Beat.
Sword Fighter. Oh, someone else came in. Okay. You two could play for a bit. I need to use the bathroom. Be back.
Ready? Three, two, one, go! Jigglypuff wins!
Kazuya Mishima wins. Kazuya Mishima wins. Kazuya Mishima wins.
Two, one, go!
hopping back in. I'm hopping back in.
Ready? Ready?
I hate this charger. I need a new one.
Three, two, one, go!
You bastard, I hate you. It's so stupid.
Ready?
Oh my god.
Go!
That's always funny when Link balls himself up with his own bomb, he just dies. Ow, my poor jabbed the bomb too far and I'm just dead. That's what I get for being silly. That was the one fun game. He got me so. Bye bye. Oh my gosh. That was like way too cheesy. I like way too cheesy.
Three, two, one, go!
Air dodge. Air dodge. Air dodge.
Neat sword fight wins!
You bastard! I had your stock. I was about to 3-stock you.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
Aerial. 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 Sam will not let me forward aerial them. Oh, this game is so dumb. This game is so dumb. This game is like so dumbed down compared to the Smash game. Oh my gosh.
3, 2, go!
Time to check. Air dodge. Bye-bye. Also bye-bye to my knob.
Game! Meet Fortnite wins!
Dude, this is boring.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
They don't have a job, they're just dead. Forward aerial. Forward aerial.
Win!
They're done. They're done. They're done. It does not deplete your win streak. Actually, losing will deplete your win streak.
3, 2, 1, go!
Dies. No. No. Oh my god, we can't beat this so bad.
Win!
This game's making me stupid. YouTube play. Those are
Choose
sick
your
games.
fighter! Ganondorf!
Oh, thanks.
Ready?
Thanks.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my gosh. Sometimes every punch goes that high. Just doing with the stalest until possible. You guys are enabling me to be too silly. You guys are like enabling me to play like way too silly. It's just.
Three, two, one, go!
Oh my god, an actual serious player, I gotta wake up. No more playing silly. They know how to punch me for playing silly. I gotta wake up. Punch. It's weird going from like two people who barely know how to do combos or barely play the game to someone who actually does know how to play the game and like play neutral. Throws me off so hard. Wake up! No! Didn't know how to set that up. I'm screwed. I can't do nothing.
You're good, but I'm better.
Yeah, I thought they was last weekend myself.
Ready?
I thought they was last weekend.
3, 2, 1, go!
good, but I am better.
So tired.
Ready?
I'm gonna go to bed. It's only like 9 o'clock. How long have I been streaming for?
3, 2, 1, go!
Almost 4 hours. I could take a break. Poor little kid is getting crumbled by this wall. Dude, he just knows to confirm. He just knows to confirm.
Wolves win!
Like the third time he got an ad. They just know to confirm.
Ready?
Dude just knows to confirm. They know to confirm so well. Down there at 60 at Legend side V and you just win.
3, 2, 1, go!
I don't see many wolves go for that anymore. I'm just dead. Like 180. See what he's trying to
Game.
Trying to cheat me on my last stock. For like the second time in a row. Nice try, buddy. That's not what he was trying to do. I'll hang on to that stock for dear life.
Ready?
This is...
Three, two, one, go!
I'm kind of forcing him to finish that break. Oh, if I had went for it, that would have been so cool. I was gonna die either way. Yeah, I'm feeling the fatigue a little too after Sora came out.
3, 2, 1, go!
There's a good train. I'm about 2 stocks. Oh, I love winning with Ganon. It feels so good.
Ready?
I love it
3,
so much.
1, go!
No, grab the ledge. Super grenade saved you. Don't do it. I'm very sad if you do that. No! Exactly like. Had that right again. Now I'm just dead, all because of... Now I'm just dead, all because I didn't grab the ledge like 50% was. I ended up clipping it and hitting that chopper. Or not chopper, either.
Ready?
Oh, that's a frustrating loss. don't have my jump. Where'd it go? What's up, Frank One? Oh, he did his up till too late. That's what happened. That's why they confirmed he did his up till too late. That looked like that should not have killed. That looked like that should not have killed. Oh my god, I got him again! I would probably see him after that. You bastard, I had you. I could have turned that around and got a 3-stock.
Ready? Three, two, one, go!
That's right. Bro, why are you teabagging? Really? That's all. Grab. Thanks, too slow. That wasn't the instead. I gotta be careful. That looked like that wasn't gonna kill, because I know how we down smash this.
Wins.
Good to like side smash and up smash. I wouldn't be surprised if that down smash didn't kill.
Ready? Three, two, one, go!
I think he's scared to use full flex as a recovery move now. I'm not dead. I can't think of one of those. Hydro! Yes, dude. Uh-oh, I'm in danger. He got the tech, but then he buffered in air dodge. I know why that happened. It's because he down smash and extended his box. Otherwise, that wouldn't have hit.
Ready? Three,
They killed like 50.
one, go!
Check. I saved you. Oh. Cause it's silly. Take a lap around the whole stage. It's silly. Oh, why did I do that? You can never be too sure. Now I'm in danger. Don't sit by the ledge. Stay centered. You know what he wants. Just like on this one's back there, I have to say, you just can't cave into it and try to hit him at ledge for that early kill.
Ready?
You just gotta stay centered, don't cave in, be defensive. That way you just never die.
3, 2, 1, go!
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Why is there so much jet lag on that? Oh, my character's extremely slow and lacks game plan. Somebody help. You almost had me. should be right here.
Donald Trump fights for billionaires and large corporations.
Folks, I have been on YouTube since 2007. Yes, I am old, and I've been doing it professionally since 2015, and I've witnessed a lot of changes throughout the years. Like, I remember YouTube Friends, Reply Girls, you remember that? And then also the original layout for YouTube homepages. Oh, I miss you, old layouts. But YouTube went from some niche video hosting site to one of the greatest entertainment hubs in human history. But as of late, things have gotten worse, like a lot worse. With like one thing in particular that is the most heinous issue of all, and YouTube needs to do something about it. Like, unfortunately, I have first-hand experience witnessing what's going on because I make these videos. I have a laundry list of problems I have with the site and concerns, and we'll get to the worst one here in a moment. I've complained before about YouTube, about their copyright claims, blocking videos, ad-friendly content, where they're like, yo, this video of yours about this cartoon girl, disgusting. Even though she has all of her clothes on, disgusting. We're blocking your video. Thanks, YouTube. Meanwhile, they'll have in the sidebar, some mobile game ad with the most sultry, nasty sexuality you've ever seen. So yes, I'm going down this list. I'm going to complain. Let me bitch for a bit. Here we go. Number one, the ads are getting worse, and I knew that this would happen. YouTube is waging a war on ad block. I'm sure a lot of you know about this. Recently, they introduced this new feature where when you pause a video, it will actually play ads for you. They'll still play ads. Can you imagine that? You're trying to do CPR and you're trying to pull out a video of how to do CPR, and you have two pre-roll ads to get through, and then you need to pause to read some text on the video, and then another ad starts playing. You go through 4 ads for a mobile game before you can save someone's life. Oop, wait, it's too late, they're dead. But don't worry, you can remove these ads by buying YouTube Premium for $15 a month, which isn't a heinous amount of money, but still, that's not a small chunk of change for a monthly fee. I recall when YouTube, you can click out of the video and put your phone in sleep mode and listen to a video like a podcast. I used to do that. Then YouTube's we're removing that and putting it behind a paywall. So that sucks. Here's something a lot of folks don't know. When you upload a video, especially a long video, YouTube will put the ads into the video for you automatically. And let me tell you, okay, if I'm uploading an hour-long upload, YouTube, on its behalf, before I change anything, will put in 30 ads in that video. I'm not kidding. YouTube spent years and years, I understand the motive of just eating shit when it comes to investing money into the platform. They lost money for a long time. Basically, from when Google bought YouTube, they were spending money throughout the 2000s, throughout the 2010s. It wasn't until the early 2020s where they finally turned a profit. So for them, they look back on the last decade and say, yeah, we're gonna get our money back. What's that? The competition's all dead? There's nothing really to rival us now? Well, guess what? It's not just one ad at the start of the video, it's 2 ads, and mark my words, it will be 3 ads and possibly 4. They have us over a barrel. Like, unless you have YouTube Premium or really good ad block, good luck, you're gonna be stuck watching ads to get your free videos. Because YouTube's like, yeah, we waited, now it's time to strike and get our money back. Because where else we're gonna go? Dailymotion? Vimeo? Ha! No, there's really no other competition when it comes to long-form video formats besides YouTube.
We own you.
Like, sure, there's TikTok, but even then, it's not as preferable in my opinion. Want to go to a streaming service? Okay, you're paying there or watching ads there. There's no free ride anymore. Those days are gone unless you take to the high seas, which, hey, yarg. There are so many moments, too, with these ads that are placed in a video where they ruin the flow of a video. And sometimes it can't be helped. It is what it is. And I try to structure my long-form videos to have fewer ads. Again, when I look at the video when it's uploaded, there's like 30 ads in the video. And I'm like, let's pull that back to maybe like 3 or 4, give or take. Because the ads are a necessary evil. They do pay YouTubers. They do keep the lights on. They help me pay my team. But again, when they're left to their own devices for auto placement, woo, strap in. I hope you have premium. Speaking of premium, by the way, they are apparently trying to introduce a new feature where it skips in-video ads. Like the ones where the YouTuber talks about an ad placement. Like this one here that's about to happen to you. I'm sorry, I gotta pay my team.
Hey, look how much Skinner makes. $25,000 a year. Wow!
You know what I could have used while working on my videos back in 2019? Seems so long ago now, right? I could have used a good desk and a good chair. And FlexiSpot has my back on both fronts. Now, believe me when I say that I know all about that sentimentality. Sometimes it's hard to part with our old desk and chairs. Attaching object sentience is a real thing. Please don't throw me out. I'm still good. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, well, you only have one spine, and you've been ruining it for me for years, chair. Lots of pain and discomfort that could easily have been avoided if I just invested in something good, new, and better. Well, guess what? We got a new office space now. And it only has the best. And the C7 Max chair rocks all of the new standards we aim to uphold. The adjustable headrest can be tilted for your work and when you need to relax. There's also the backrest, which locks at 93 degrees to ensure a stable and upright posture. You got a big butt? So what? No problem. These seat cushions are larger and wider than most office solutions. My butt is thankful for that. And with the added bonus of being able to choose between pressure distributing foam cushions or eco-friendly mesh, which is ideal for warmer climates. And when it comes to lumbar support, FlexiSpot literally has your back. With adaptive lumbar support, this chair will conform to your spine with lockable adjustments. Ready to get seated on your new future C7? Then head on over to FlexiSpot.com and use my promo code SABERSPARK for $30 off their C7 Max chair. There's a 30-day risk-free trial to help make sure that you absolutely love it. And with a 10-year warranty, you can rest assured that your chair will last. Folks, having a good office chair is very important. Honestly, jokes aside, your back. Take care of your spine. And let me tell you, FlexiSpot has your back.
You don't always know where Kamala Harris stands.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So it's been a really long time since I've done a top 10, and I miss them, so we're gonna do one right now. And what better top 10 for someone like me to do? Someone who loves Pokemon challenge runs, and one of the biggest reasons I love them is I get to use a bunch of new moves, new strategies, things I never really would attempt as a kid when I just used Kadabra all the time. Finding out Mimic, for example, was totally broken and useful in Gen 1 has been a really cool revelation. However, these 10 moves are garbage. I mean, there's no better way of putting them. There aren't a lot of moves in Generation 1, and these 10 really are the worst of the worst. And before we get into the list itself, I should go over some basic terminology that we're going to be using. So, moves have a couple stats attached to them. The first is base power, and without getting into the rather complicated damage formula, obviously higher base power is better, but really good moves have about 95 base power like Surf and Flamethrower, while Tackle is 35. So under 35 is worse than Tackle, over 95 is better than Surf. That's kind of a good way to think about it. The other stat is accuracy. This one's easier to conceptualize. 0 means it would never hit, 100 means it theoretically would hit every time. And finally, some moves have additional effects. Usually they're about 33% in Generation 1, but not always. And with that out of the way, I do want to say one more thing about how I determined what goes on this list. Obviously, I could just sort moves by base power and be like, well, these are the weakest, they're the worst. But I was a little more nuanced than that. I looked at whether or not in any solo run, any challenge run ever, these moves would be useful. If the answer was no, then they were a candidate for this list. And I should also mention that I am looking at this from a single player perspective. In multiplayer, well, to be honest, I don't think it would make that big a difference. But without further ado, let's get to my top 10 worst moves of Generation 1. And I'm actually going to start off with a couple honorable mentions. I know a lot of top 10 channels love to put these at the end, but I think it makes more sense to do it at the beginning. So the first move is Splash. The reason Splash didn't make the list is because, well, Splash is kind of supposed to be awful. The whole gimmick is that Magikarp is useless and it becomes a really strong Gyarados. And yes, if we were to include Splash, it would be number 1. It is the only move that is totally useless, with one exception, a move that actively hurts you in many cases, Focus Energy. Focus Energy is simply broken, aside from Pokemon Stadium, which, as you notice, has served as the background for this video because, to be honest, I think it's the first time I've actually shown Pokemon Stadium 1 in a video, so I've wanted to get that out of the way for a long time. Anyway, Focus Energy is supposed to quadruple your critical hit ratio. Instead, it quarters it. It's the result of a programming error. If we were to include it on the list, it would go probably ahead of Splash, because unlike Splash that simply does nothing, it actually actively makes your situation worse. But I thought it would be kinda lazy to put those on the list, so I didn't, but I know if I didn't mention them, people would bring them up. And to be fair, in previous top 10s, I may have not been as thorough as I am now, so fair enough. And at number 10, we have Rock Throw. Now, Rock Throw is 50 base power, and nowadays, it has 90% accuracy, but that was not the case in Generation 1. In Generation 1, it is 65% accurate. I just want you to keep in mind that Thunder, Fire Blast, two of the most powerful moves in the game, only get 70% and 85% respectively. But for whatever reason, Rock Throw, a 50 base power rock move, needs to get 65%. I'm going to be honest, I can't quite fathom why. It's just hilariously low. But for rock Pokemon early on, in some cases, while you might need to reset, it is kinda the best move to use sometimes. So it's not high on the list, but it's on the list. Moving on to number 9, we have a signature move, and signature moves are supposed to be really, really good. Extreme Speed, Volt Tackle, some of the best moves have been introduced as signature moves. Then we get Barrage. And Barrage is literally identical to Fury Attack. And the reason Barrage makes this list and Fury Attack doesn't is Execute really has no need for it. Unless, of course, you were doing an Execute solo run, in which case you're going to have to use this move for an incredibly long time, since Execute only learns one other damaging move, Solar Beam, at level 42. Man, that run is not going to be fun, but it doesn't take away from the fact that while we're forced to use it, it's awful.
You're considered the most liberal United States senator. Actually, the non-party.
And speaking of Execute or Psychic Pokemon, I don't know, bad transition, but we're going to talk about Psywave. One of the worst Psychic moves ever, really. Psywave is weird. It can deal between 0 damage and 1.5 times the level of your Pokemon. In other words, at level 30, the most it could deal is 45 HP of damage. It also can't be super effective. Why would you ever use this? And more importantly, why is the 6th gym leader giving out such a useless TM? I mean, Bide is pretty terrible, but it's the first gym, and in some cases it's the only way you can damage a ghost Pokemon, which is why it couldn't make this list. But yeah, I'm just at a loss what Psywave is supposed to do. And worse yet, unlike Rock Throw, which has been buffed, and other moves on the list which have been buffed as well, the only quote-unquote buff Psywave got is it went from an 80% accurate move to 100%. That's right, this awful piece of garbage move only hits 80% of the time. Now listen, I will never support the decision Game Freak made to not include moves in Sword and Shield, but I won't pretend like I shed any tears over Psywave being dropped in the most recent games. But you know how I said some of the moves have been buffed? Well, Counter at number 7 received a huge buff, and unfortunately prior to that, it was kind of a useless move. Nowadays, Counter can actually be game-changing if you use it at the right time, since anytime your opponent uses a physical move, roughly half the attacking moves are physical, if you survive, you deal back to them twice the damage they did to you, so it's kind of like an instant Bide, but for only physical moves. Now in Generation 1, that still is the same. It still deals back double the damage that was dealt to you. However, it's not all physical moves. It's only normal and fighting moves. And yes, at the beginning there's a bunch of them, but as the game gets later and later, very few moves are normal or fighting. Heck, even Bruno, the fighting type guy, barely uses fighting moves. And this simply makes Counter far too niche to ever be usable. Sure, if you have a situation where you know the AI only has normal moves,
Video games are often seen as an escape from reality. While your life in the real world may be difficult, that all goes away when you enter the digital one. For a while, I thought this was a universal truth of playing games, at least until I played Persona 4. When I first played this game, I had expected a similar experience to Persona 5, the game which I had played prior. While some aspects were the same, the overall theme was drastically different. Instead of Persona 5's focus on dealing with outward issues like corruption in society, it was more about the self, meaning dealing with the problems inside your own mind. To truly understand what this means, we need to look at what inspired Persona 4's theme in the first place, a philosopher named Carl Jung. To keep the explanation brief, Jung developed the ideas of the self, the persona, and the shadow. To players of the game, you'll recognize the persona as the manifestation of your spirit, which you use to take down shadows. In Jung's philosophy, it's similar to this idea, but a little bit more in depth. You could think of the persona in real life as the mask you wear to fit in certain scenarios. The most common example of this is the persona you use when you speak with family versus when you speak with friends. A shadow, on the other hand, is the side of you that you rather not face. The side of you that you don't want to admit is there. Everyone has personas and shadows. In fact, if you didn't have either, you'd probably act on every single intrusive thought you had. Jung actually states that the less you're aware of your own shadow, the blacker and the denser it is. So how does this tie into Persona 4? Well, the core theme of the game is facing expressing your true self. While we all have personas, the lines between who we are and who our shadow is might be unclear. Persona 4 tries its best to interpret this concept through extremely relatable characters who all deal with childhood trauma, a major cause of shadows. Instead of trying to explain this specifically, I'm going to take you through some of the main characters of the game, and I'm sure you'll relate to some of their struggles. Oh, and spoilers, obviously. Just to make sure you remember the setting of the game, it takes place in a small town in Japan called Inaba. The main character moves here to live with some relatives and attends a brand new school. Shortly after arriving, there was a murder in the town of a girl named Saki Konishi, which sparks the protagonist and his two friends Yosuke and Chie to explore something called the TV world. This is an alternate reality inside of a television that suddenly appeared to them once the murder happened. With that, we can actually discuss the characters now. While starting with analyzing the main character might seem like a natural point to begin, I actually want to save him for last, so stick around for that. First, let's look at Yosuke Hanamura, our best friend character. On the surface, he seems like quite a stupid guy, the type to crack inappropriate jokes around girls and say stuff that makes you cringe. The class clown, if you will. If you look deeper though, there's a big reason why he acts this way to begin with. First of all, Yosuke's backstory involves him moving to Inaba from a big city environment due to his father managing the Walmart-like establishment of Juness. While this seems good, the locals are not too fond of Juness because it takes away from small businesses. Being affiliated with this controversial brand gave Yosuke the strong desire to be liked. This ends up manifesting in him doing attention-seeking things and making a fool of himself. This isn't his only problem though, because the death of Saki Konishi deeply affected him. He had feelings for her, and right when he felt like they were getting closer, she was murdered. There's not too many more traumatic things that can happen to you as a teenager than the death of a friend, so naturally he was disturbed. In fact, when he entered the TV world, his shadow was the first major fight of the game. While it's a bit hard to explain, shadows in this game manifest out of someone's deepest, darkest feelings and sentiments. Yosuke's shadow revealed that deep down he was bored of this small town and wanted to do anything to make it exciting, even if that meant others would get hurt or offended. This isn't his intention, and honestly he's barely conscious of it, but deep down that's what his shadow is representing. But after defeating the shadow, it resulted in him coming to terms with his boredom, but also understanding that acting out of his true nature and hurting others is not okay. His shadow then became a persona which he could use now to fight in the TV world. As nice as it would be for all his problems to go away, you don't just move on from seeing a friend's dead body on the news. Throughout the game, he struggles with a new issue, being the feeling of inadequacy and guilt of Saki's death. There was obviously nothing he could do, but that's not important to the mind of a teenager who had already a lot of mental turmoil. So how does he overcome this all? Well, it's a long process of understanding that being a friend to someone doesn't really mean you need to be necessarily useful. You don't need to prove yourself to your friends, and if you do, you need different friends. The next
It's a yabba dabba do thing. Yeah, we do our own thing. Let's block. More yabba dabba do, y'all.
Make this a summer to share in one of our capable SUVs.
next character who suffers from trauma is Kanji Tatsumi. From a young age, Kanji was bullied for his interests in traditional feminine activities like sewing and crafting. Naturally, this made him question his masculinity, eventually causing him to adopt a delinquent persona. As someone who has always been into different kinds of hobbies and dabbled into those traditional feminine ones too, I don't know. I really resonated with Kanji here. Besides this issue, he's dealing with confusion around his sexuality due to him liking someone named Naoto who is trying to act and dress like a boy, although they are not a boy, and they don't even identify as that. That's a whole nother character that I'll discuss later though. These issues around Kanji cause him to really struggle with his identity as a man, which in turn makes his shadow appear as a flamboyant and effeminate man. Some people misinterpret this shadow as his true feelings. That's incorrect. The shadow doesn't necessarily reflect someone's true feelings, but more so a distorted image of someone's potential fears or insecurities. Since Kanji is currently concerned about his masculinity and potential sexuality, his shadow is an extreme example of what he doesn't want people to view him as. Kanji's journey to overcoming this isn't instantaneous, but over time he starts to slowly move away from the tough guy act and just be normal. He begins to realize that it doesn't really matter what he likes as long as he's true to himself. And also, Naoto revealing that she is not a boy probably helped him feel a little more secure in his sexuality. While we're on the topic, let's talk about Naoto Shiratori. Hirogane. She is a female detective prodigy who presents as a male to be taken serious in her profession. There is very little indication of her having actual gender confusion or anything else like that, but rather the main issue is the immense pressure of being a teenage girl in a male-dominated profession. Naoto's shadow ends up being an extreme manifestation of this conflict. It talks about things like gender reassignment surgery being required to fit in as a detective, which Naoto obviously doesn't really want. It's just a deep, twisted inner feeling that haunts her. Being a teenager and a girl, fixing this issue is not done easily. The adults in her life have clearly traumatized her with patronizing remarks and things of that sort. After defeating her shadow, Naoto is able to take steps forward to being true to herself. She opens up to her friends about being a girl and drops her guard about being perceived as manly. Kanji and Naoto are characters a lot of people debate about being written both amazingly and poorly. However, they are often misinterpreted. If I had to guess why, it's probably because people resonate with their identity confusion and want to project their realities and traumas onto them, and hey, if that works for you, be my guest. The next character is one that is perhaps not so relatable to the masses, but is still quite interesting. Rise Kujikawa is a teenage idol who is quite famous, however, she struggles with many insecurities. Number 1, she has extreme pressure at a young age to be presentable, and number 2, she doesn't understand what value she has if not from fame and beauty. At the beginning of her character arc, she quits the entertainment industry and moves to Inaba to live a much more low-key life. Unfortunately, she gets dragged into the TV world business and is forced to face her shadow. This is perhaps the most disturbing shadow out of all of the main characters, as it is a hyper-sexualized version of herself who is attention-seeking and overall pretty slimy. If that seems disgusting, well, that's the point. Deep down, Rise doesn't want to be viewed in the way that her shadow acts. When she defeats her shadow, it's a long process for her to regain her confidence though. She actually ends up getting really clingy on the protagonist, which is a really great representation of how some people respond when they don't feel adequate. By the end of her character arc though, she realizes that she doesn't need to conform to the expectations of random people to be loved and accepted. She no longer feels like being in her idol persona is the only way to get affection. This was learned through the love her friends gave her throughout the story. By the end of it, she's able to return to her passion of show business while not being overwhelmed by the darker side of it. While there are plenty of characters to analyze in this game, there are 2 more that I want to discuss. The next is the protagonist's cousin, Nanako Dojima. Out of everyone, she has perhaps the most difficult trauma to overcome, the loss of a parent at a young age. When she was very young, her mother was run over in a hit-and-run accident. Just to make things worse, her father is unable to be fully attentive to her because of his job as a police detective. Nanako never got the parental guidance and love she needed and still needs as a child, causing her to feel super isolated. Since she's young, she doesn't really understand why her father can't be there all the time, and sometimes that makes her think that he doesn't love her. In reality, he's trying his best to provide for the family while still spending some time with her. During the game, the protagonist lives with Nanako and they become close, almost like siblings. This is Nanako's first experience with a family member that is actually present in her day-to-day life. Eventually though, Nanako is dragged into the TV world, but since she's such a young child, she doesn't have a shadow. Instead, she gets even more traumatized by being kidnapped and eventually hospitalized. Nanako's path to recovery begins once her father realizes how important his role in keeping her safe is. She is able to learn how to express her needs to him, and he is more open to being there in her time of need. As for dealing with her mother's death, it's one of those things that's never going to fully heal. However, she comes to terms with it and does not let it get in the way of all the love she has right now. Nanako could be considered an example of how childhood trauma happens in the moment and what parents and others in their life can do to help them through it. Finally, let's talk about the protagonist. The reason I wanted to save him for last is because there are plenty of different interpretations of what he deals with. His backstory is not very complicated, but he moves in from the big city to Inaba due to his parents' work. Whether or not this is traumatizing for him is impossible to know, but it at least probably makes him feel uneasy having to transfer to a brand new school where he doesn't know anybody. I know that in my life, I've moved across the country several times, and it certainly is not the easiest thing to lose your closest friends and never be able to see them again. Over the course of the game, the protagonist takes the responsibility of being the group leader when they enter the TV world. This is a lot of responsibility since they are literally fighting for their lives. Besides that though, there's no clear trauma that he has that that really seems to be plaguing him, and well, I believe that's intentional. A lot of people think that childhood trauma comes from specific events happening, and while this is also true, there is another way that they can develop. Imagine you're a kid with really strict parents who force you into a certain hobby, let's say piano, and then say you're forced to play piano for 4 hours a day after school every single day, or else you'll face your mother's wrath or something. This is certainly traumatic, but not because of one single moment. Now imagine you're the protagonist of Persona 4, forced to move into a drastically different environment than what you're used to, then suddenly you're given the responsibility to solve a murder mystery and essentially save the world. And keep in mind, you're like 15 years old. Every single time you enter the TV world, you have to make sure that none of your friends get hurt while you never get a chance to take a break. Not to mention being in the middle of the school year, which requires a lot of focus in and of itself. At a glance, this might seem cool, but realistically, that's a lot of pressure for a teenager. I understand that the protagonist is meant to be a self-insert type of character though, so I believe that the solutions to his problems are meant to be able to be applied to the masses. The way he overcomes this immense pressure is actually through the bonds that he has with his friends. At the end of the day, no matter your situation, the people closest to you are often the reasons why you're able to get through troubles. Whether it's because of advice they give you or simply just their presence, you're almost always stronger when you have close friends by your side. I love the Persona 4 protagonist because while he does have a unique personality, he is still able to be a perfect self-insert for the player. We are able to use his strength in the game as a way of inspiring us in the real world. Persona 4 has a lot of great points relating to trauma and how the kids in the game overcome it. There are also many characters I didn't mention in the video that would likely be relatable to some of you. That's what I love so much about games like this though. There's really something for everyone to latch onto. Other than the fun gameplay and amazing music, the writing of the characters in Persona 4 is some of the best I've ever seen in gaming.
The thing about favorites is, they're only your favorite until a new favorite tells your old favorite to beat it.
Introduce
Hey guys, Zen here, welcome back to the channel, and we actually got the Brock rental theme deck. Actually, this isn't a rental. I have all the cards, so they gave me my first theme deck, and this thing slaps. I'm not gonna lie, I was the first person to say Brock. I didn't think Brock would be good. I didn't think any of his cards would be good. But listen, I'll be the first to say I'm eating my words. This is a really strong deck. Let's start with Hitmonlee here. This is really good to start off with. You can attack their back line, but a lot of times if your opponents know you're playing a fighting type deck, they might not even fill up their bench, assuming you lead with your Hitmonlee. So that's something to know about. You also have Hitmonchan. You have a single Brock here that helps you accelerate your Golem or your Onyx. And now let's talk about the rest of the cards. We have our Geodude into Graveler into Golem. Golem's pretty nasty because if you accelerate correctly, this thing survives one hit from Mewtwo to then knock out Mewtwo with a follow-up Double Edge, which also knocks itself out if it took damage from Mewtwo prior, right? So that already is pretty good. I mean, the only way this thing gets one shot by Mewtwo's side drive is if they also Giovanni that turn. You don't have to worry about that. Then we have Onyx here, which is just a nice basic stage Pokemon with 110, 3 energy requirement for 70 Land Crush, but you can accelerate this with Brock. Those are pretty good cards. I like Golem for the sheer, like I try to think about the decks. How are you going to deal with the #1 meta threat currently? And that's going to be Mewtwo Ramp. So I feel like Golem being able to deal with that is really good, but that's not all. That's not all this deck has. In fact, we have Diglett into Dugtrio, and this is completely RNG based. But if you can flip a coin and land heads, this Pokemon receives 0 damage next turn. It doesn't matter from any attack. It doesn't matter if you knock out their Pokemon and they switch into their Mewtwo and they're ready to side drive you. If you get heads, you're indestructible. No damage does any move, like no move does any damage. I can't even speak. And it's so silly. It's such a silly thing to just continually. I think I like these types of strategies, kind of like Frostmoth. You just keep getting your coin flips. Your opponent can't do anything. I'm a huge fan of it. But yeah, anyway, you guys let me know what you think about this Brock. This is the authentic theme deck. for Brock. You let me know what you think in the comments down below. How can we improve upon this? But yeah, stick around for the matches and let me know what you think. All right. All right, we're going first. I think going second is actually a lot better in this game. We go Geodude first. Geodude, we do damage. I think Diglett. If we pull into Dugtrio, that's awesome, because then on the following turn we could evolve and do some crazy damage. And then that's it. I'm not gonna extend my bench any further. All right, let's see. We go into Golem to end turn here. The following turn, if we find our Dugtrio, this game feels really good. I think the reason the opponent doesn't play any bench Pokemon on turn 1 is a strategy specifically going against fighting types. You don't want to build your bench. Oh, dude, they got Drowsy too. It's such a good Pokemon. Teleport. Nice. All right, this is actually really good for us. Professor's Research, come on. We just need one card.
My husband and I are going through IVF treatments now, but Donald Trump's plan could ban IVF in some states. My husband is in the military. What if...
I'm gonna accelerate here just because I don't see why we don't, right? That's a big boy. Do this. What do we draw? Pokeball, Dugtrio. Okay, so we go Dugtrio here. We go Golem here. We go right here. Dig is really cool. This move, I'll read it to you guys right now. But this is why I wanted to test this out. It's because I feel like this card is this move is awesome. Flip a coin. If heads during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage from and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon. That means even if we knock out a Pokemon and they follow up with a different Pokemon, no damage will happen. Which is really good. It's actually insanely cheese. Like right now, if they switched out and brought out a Mewtwo and hit us with 150, we take 0. That's so strong. That is insane. But again, it's all RNG based. Yeah, we're still grinding out these decks. And this is the icon for invincibility. Nice. Honestly, this is kind of cracked. Like, this is pretty insane right here. Play this here. I think I'll go for another Geodude, right? Or maybe I'm gonna save and wait for another Dugtrio. I think it's just so OP. Like, who thought of this, dude? Who thought of this move? I mean, it makes sense. So like right now, we can get hurt. We can get some damage done. Yeah, it's 100%. And I'm not against it. I like RNG. I feel like if you think about Pokemon since its conception has always been very RNG reliant. Play you here. Attach here. I go for another dig. We flip a coin. Doesn't matter. This next coin flip, we need it to be heads. So that way we can see this effect in action. If we don't get heads, nothing happens here. They find a Hypno. Ooh, that's going to be tough. That Hypno's going to hurt us. He didn't use Hypno or anything. We'll evolve here. So now if we get heads, it's pretty massive. Actually, no, it doesn't even matter now. It's the next one because he healed again. Some of the animations could be faster. No, I definitely see that, yeah. Yeah, a 50-50 coin flip isn't bad, especially with a gacha game that's kind of like based around gambling, right? All right, fingers crossed they get a tails here. We need them to hit tails, of course. Right now, we need to hit heads. Okay. We need to hit one more heads.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets.
While Trump is focused on that, Kamala Harris is focused on you.
We
One more heads, you guys, right here. All right. It doesn't matter what they do, they can't hit us with any damage right now, which is kind of nuts, right? God, I hope they go into the Mewtwo. Yeah, I got you. I got you after this. Please don't concede. There's going to be a whole lot of coin flips in this single battle for Brock. Actually nuts. Doesn't even do anything. Okay. I'm going to start accelerating over here. We'll attack with you. Give a nice little flip here. We're indestructible, baby. Yo, this is actually so cheese. I did not think this deck was going to be this good. We're going into a Mewtwo deck and they can't do anything to us. So for everyone that's saying, yo, Mewtwo's busted, it's broken, there are cards in the game already in the set that kind of leave it useless as long as you have good RNG, right? Aerodactyl works on it. Yeah, exactly. But the cards that really counter, it looks like they require a sort of RNG to it, unfortunately. Wigglytuff is good too, but again, like, they're all RNG based. And we get heads. Let's go, dude. We're just awake again. All right, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna accelerate onto you. I'm going to retreat into Onyx, knock out their Hypno. And then it doesn't matter who they go into next, we win the following turn. Isn't that sick? We just beat a Mewtwo player, you guys. Oh man. That's awesome. Yeah, Golem is pretty sick. Golem survives unless they have Giovanni, right? Actually, Golem knocks itself out technically. If we take a side drive. Does it really? Okay. And then here is GG. Oh, just kidding. We have to use another energy. I didn't know Onyx needed to retreat 4 times. And then here comes the double edge. The one shot on a Mewtwo EX. That's impressive. That's pretty good. And there you guys have it. That was the, MVP of the game right there, Dugtrio. But that is the Brock rental deck list. This is the themed deck list. This is the only one that I actually have all the cards for.
You always hear about the best ways to play each Sonic game, but that's boring. What about the worst ways to play each Sonic game? Sonic the Hedgehog is a series that spanned across multiple decades and platforms and has more remakes, ports, and re-releases than most people can keep track of. And while we've had our fair share of good Sonic games, the road hasn't been entirely smooth. Whether it's classic titles being poorly ported, modern games getting crammed onto underpowered hardware, or just bizarre cursed versions I'd rather forget existed. The version of certain Sonic games you play can sometimes make or break the experience. Welcome to Chowmix, and today we'll be going over the absolute worst ways to play every mainline Sonic game. We'll be going through mainline games only, so we aren't here all day. We also won't be going over games with exclusive singular releases like Secret Rings or Black Knight, since there's only one way to play them. So let's go over the worst way to play each mainline Sonic game. Like usual, we're starting at the very beginning with Sonic 1. Such a fun little game. How could you screw this up? Oh no. Sonic the Hedgehog for the Game Boy Advance, or Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis, has to be one of the worst official products Sonic Team has ever put out. This was a port of Sonic 1 released in 2006 as part of the series' 15th anniversary, which was supposed to be a celebration of Sonic's legacy. But instead of celebrating, Sega decided to throw sand in his eye and burn his house down apparently. Man, 2006 was not a good year for our favorite Blue Rat, was it? The GBA port of Sonic 1 is like a monkey's paw effect. Like, sure, you can have a portable version of Sonic 1, but it's gonna be one of the worst experiences of all time. Hope that's okay. The game suffers from some of the worst slowdown and frame rate issues I've ever seen in a Sonic game. And considering we've got stuff like Sonic 06 and Sonic Boom on the roster, that's saying a lot. It's really bad, and I'm pretty sure it's what contributes to the physics feeling so off and why Sonic will just phase through things sometimes. But this game strikes one of my biggest pet peeves of all time for a Sonic game, which is having a low field of view. Because of the GBA's tiny resolution, the screen is so zoomed in that you can barely see a few feet in front of you. Like, imagine driving at 80 miles an hour in thick fog. It's not gonna go well. You'll be running into anything and everything, and combine that with a low frame rate, it makes almost everything unreactable unless you slow down to a snail's pace. And at that point, why are we even playing a Sonic game? Honestly, if you can even get through Green Hill Zone without wanting to yeet your GBA across the room, you're a stronger person than I could ever be. Now, Sonic 2 luckily doesn't have a botched GBA port like Sonic 1 does, but it has something arguably even worse. At least the GBA is a conventional video game system. The worst version of Sonic 2 is on, not a video game system, but a phone. Sonic 2 Dash and Sonic 2 Crash are a duo of games that attempted to port Sonic 2 to certain phones back in 2008. Created by a company called Rockpool, Sonic 2 Dash and Crash attempted to put Sonic 2 into Java, and it goes about as good as you'd expect. There are two versions of this duo of games, one for lower end devices and one for higher end. The higher end version honestly isn't all too bad. It's got the Sonic Advance style HUD and seems to play pretty close to the original for what it is, just with a weird vertical phone screen aspect ratio. But it's specifically the lower end versions of these games that we're interested in today. Yes, the children yearn for bad Sonic games. The lower end versions of Sonic 2 Dash and Sonic 2 Crash have very similar issues to Sonic 1 GBA. It has awful frame rate, terrible physics, and the screen is extremely zoomed in. Sure, you've got all this vertical space, but looking up at the beautiful sky can only help you so much from constantly running into everything that pops up in front of you. And that is if there's even a beautiful sky to look at. Some of these levels have flat out blank backgrounds. Yeah, did you know that null space from Sonic Forces actually first appeared in these games back in 2008? And while the high-end versions feature every level from Sonic 2, the low-end versions leave a handful of levels out. You're only able to play through Emerald Hill, Casino Night, Hilltop, Mystic Cave, Metropolis, and Death Egg Zones. That means we're missing out on Chemical Plant, Aquatic Ruin, Oil Ocean, Sky Chase, and Wing Fortress Zone, unfortunately. There's also no special stages, and in turn, no Chaos Emeralds or Supersonic. This game doesn't even have boss fights at the end of the second zone. The only boss fight in the game is the Death Egg Robo. And, oh god, did they amputate his legs? What the hell, man? Now, even if your legs get amputated like the Death Egg Robo, it's all good. We don't need them where we're going. That's right, with the help of today's sponsor, Factor, you can get fresh, dietitian-approved meals delivered right to your doorstep. No prep, no mess, just delicious, healthy food in minutes. Whether you're looking to cut down on fast food or just want a more convenient way to eat healthy, Factor has got you covered. They even offer options for keto, calorie smart, and more. Specifically for me, Factor comes in clutch for my fitness-related needs. I've been hitting the gym extremely consistently, more so than I ever have before, and I'm super proud of myself for that. And for me, protein is always on my mind. With Factor, I can order specific high-protein meals in order to easily reach my protein goals, no cooking required. They even have these cold brew latte protein shakes that are absolutely delicious. I'm able to hit my protein goals without even thinking about it now, and I don't have to go grocery shopping, cook, or even make any dirty dishes. My favorite meals were the loaded bacon and shredded spinach meal and the Indian-style butter chicken meal. Toss them in the oven or microwave and you've got yourself a steaming hot meal within mere minutes. So if you're ready to eat healthier and save some time, head over to factor75.com or use the link in my description. And make sure to use code CHOWMIX50 for 50% off your first box and 20% off your second month. That's code CHOWMIX50 at factor75.com. Huge thank you to Factor for sponsoring today's video, and with all that being said, let's continue with today's episode. For Sonic CD, the worst version of this game is probably the PC version. And no, I'm not talking about the delisted Taxman port from 2012. I'm talking about the Windows 95 port. Now, to be quite honest, this port of Sonic CD isn't inherently bad like some of these other games we talked about, but very few know that there's actually two different versions, as explained by user Black Squirrel on this super interesting Sonic Retro thread. Basically, Sonic CD came out on PC twice in the 90s. First in 1995 and then again in 1996. The 1995 version was made in tandem with Intel to show that it could run games made for consoles like the Sega CD on a PC. But this version of Sonic CD wasn't sold in stores. Instead, it came pre-installed as a free bonus with certain new computers. The 1996 version was made using DirectX and distributed through CD-ROMs. You know, like when PC games used to use actual discs. More or less, both versions are very similar apart from a few menu and font changes as well as some slight encoding differences in the intro animations. The one big difference is that the 1995 version is capped at 30 FPS. And it's literally for this one reason that marks this as the worst version in my eyes. It isn't overly zoomed in, it doesn't suffer from frame rate issues or wonky physics, it just runs at 30 frames per second. And in a world where every other version runs at 60, this one just can't compete. It also doesn't help that this version is probably one of the most inaccessible versions out there since it came bundled with very specific computers from like 30 years ago. Though if it weren't for this version, I would have to give a pretty hot take and say it's the original Sega CD version. Like, it couldn't even properly render the animated intro and credit scene that Studio Junio painstakingly created for this game. Anyways, the worst version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles is... What the heck is that sound? Oh god, make it stop. Yeah, this is the PC CD-ROM version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the Sonic and Knuckles collection. And as you can, hear, it uses the stock Windows MIDI sound font for all of its music. Now, let me just say, if you grew up with this version, I'm sorry, but are you okay? I have no idea how you survived this audio massacre. The original soundtrack, composed by a team of absolute legends, and rumored to involve Michael Jackson, is one of the best soundtracks in all of video games. But on top of the sound fonts sounding like absolute garbage, a lot of the music is replaced with completely different tracks. This is likely due to the legal issues with the Jackson estate. The same thing happened in Sonic Origins. But it's not just the music that's a problem. This version has compatibility issues on modern PCs, making it almost impossible to play unless you're running a virtual machine or just straight up using an ancient-ass computer. The frame rate can also be choppy in certain areas, but that's really the least of our concerns right now. Seriously, the Windows MIDI sound font alone makes this version of Sonic 3 and Knuckles a borderline war crime. If you value your ears, stick to the original or any of the other re-releases. Sonic Adventure 1 is an interesting entry. We've got the original Sonic Adventure on the Dreamcast and its port on the GameCube's Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut. DX does add quite a lot. It bumps the game up from 30 to 60 FPS, adds 60 new missions, has a playable Metal Sonic, has higher poly player models, unlockable Game Gear titles, and a completely revamped Chao Garden. You'd think that it'd be a no-brainer that this is the better version, but you'd actually be surprised in how many ways this port botches certain things from the original. For example, the lighting is an overall massive downgrade. What were once extremely atmospheric environments are now almost completely unlit. The new models, while nice, levels have awful materials that make them look like they were smothered in olive oil. Most of the textures were changed for pretty much no reason, leading to certain areas having different vibes, and there's a ton of new glitches that didn't exist in the original. Now, even at this point, I'd say the better version may be arguable, depending on your preferences. That is, until we introduce the PC CD-ROM version of Sonic Adventure DX. Yeah, we've got another one of those. This is a port of a port, and as you can guess, even more things get lost in translation. Like usual, it has pretty bad compatibility on modern PCs, and I'm almost positive it has zero controller support. I used to have this version of the game, and I can't remember a single time I was able to get a controller working with this thing. Keyboard controls were luckily never too bad for the PC versions of Sonic CD and Sonic 3, but trying to play a high-speed 3D platformer on a keyboard, it just shouldn't be done. But hey, this makes the decision easy at least. This version just sucks objectively, it's so bad. Sonic Adventure 2 also came out on PC, but luckily with a more modern release on Steam. No CD-ROM this time, we're so back. This version is awesome, right? I mean, I have over 100 hours of playtime on Steam. I went through and got all the A ranks on every level. I spent a good amount of time raising my son in the Chow Garden. But then you start to remember, oh yeah, I have like 20 mods keeping this game on life support, don't I? What the heck was the vanilla game like again? Ooh, yeah, never mind. Fuck this game. The Steam version of Sonic Adventure 2 is like a port of a port of a port. The game originally launched on Dreamcast, then got ported to GameCube as Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, then eventually landed on HD consoles like PS3 and Xbox 360. By the time it arrived on Steam, it was like playing a game created through a game of telephone, and it shows. The game relies on this ancient clunky launcher that I swear to God just straight up refuses to recognize your controller most of the time. Oh, and let's not forget the random crashes on startup. Sure, when you load it up modded to the gills, it's fantastic. Restoring the Dreamcast shaders, fixing bugs, adding in HD textures, and so on. But without mods, vanilla Sonic Adventure 2 on Steam is a different story that I wouldn't wish even on my worst enemy to play.
And yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala Harris supported defunding the police, taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants.
Sonic Heroes was a major turning point in the series. It was the first true multi-platform Sonic game, and it was kind of a big deal. Released on the GameCube, PS2, Xbox, and even PC via CD-ROM, this game was supposed to be a universal experience, giving fans across all platforms the same fast-paced action they knew and loved. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, of course, the worst version of this has to be the PC CD-ROM one. But would you believe me if I told you that the PS2 version is by far the worst? Let me explain. First off, the frame rate. The PS2 version seems to be the only version of this game locked at 30 frames per second. It's a significant downgrade compared to the smoother experience on the GameCube, Xbox, and even PC, which are all a pretty consistent 60 FPS. But even worse, the PS2 version doesn't even consistently hit this 30 FPS. But the frame rate issues are just the beginning. There's also the visual pop-in. In the PS2 version, objects and textures appear out of nowhere, giving the game an unfinished, janky vibe. And don't even get me started on the load times. You finish a stage, get hyped for the next level, and then bam, hit with a loading screen that feels like you could have made and eaten an entire sandwich. Sonic 06 is pretty much bad no matter what console you play it on, but it's especially bad on the PS3, and it all comes down to performance. Although the PS3 was the more powerful console compared to the Xbox 360, it was extremely hard to develop and optimize for according to many developers from the time. This led to a lot of multi-platform games performing worse unfortunately, and Sonic 06 was an apparent one given how already bad it performed in general. The biggest issue is the slowdown. This game is interesting because instead of frame skipping, which has the game skip frames and looks choppy in order to keep up, it'll just slow down the entire game to compensate. So while the game is still technically hitting 60 FPS, the game can slow down to like half the speed. The PS3 has worse slowdown than the 360 version. Some people even say the glitches are worse on the PS3 version, but I feel that that's a bit anecdotal. The glitches are bad on every version. The moral of the story is just don't play this game. Similar to Sonic 06, Sonic Unleashed released on both PS3 and Xbox 360. And between the two, I'd have to say again, the PS3 version is much worse due to performance. Interestingly, the PS3 version targets 60 FPS, while the Xbox 360 version targets 30 FPS. You'd think this is a huge plus for the PS3 version, but not really, because it hardly ever reaches this 60 FPS target and it's much more unstable. While the 360 version is capped at 30, it's much more consistent at hitting this target. I swear, the PS3 version will sometimes dip into the single digits for frame rate. It's awful for such a fast-paced game. Now, Unleashed does have a Wii and PS2 version created by Dimps, the guys who did the Sonic Advance games. I don't want to say these versions are inherently worse than their HD counterparts though, because at the end of the day, these are pretty different games. They have different level layouts, gameplay mechanics, objectives, etc. So it's probably only fair to compare the SD versions to themselves, and when it comes to these versions, the PS2 is by far the worst. Listen, we're comparing the PS2 to the Wii. The PS2 was already underpowered compared to the GameCube, so it's easy to see how the PS2 version of Unleashed would suffer with performance. There is one more version of Sonic Unleashed I'd like to talk about though. In 2009, a Java version of Sonic Unleashed was created by Gameloft for mobile phones. It's a somewhat janky 2D platformer featuring boost and even werehog gameplay. It includes the levels Chunnan, Apatos, Rooftop Run, and Mazuri. It even has boss fights. For what it is, it's honestly pretty cool despite how janky it can be. But if you consider this a version of Sonic Unleashed, I'd probably say it's the worst one. Sonic 4 Episode 1 started development as a mobile game, and even in the final HD console releases, I feel like its mobile game origins can be felt in the gameplay and graphics. This game did still get released on a ton of devices though, including tablets and phones. And surprisingly, the quality is actually decently consistent across all versions of this game. Obviously, the console versions are going to be a bit better with slightly improved visuals, so technically these are the best ways to play this game. Which means the worst version would have to be one of the mobile device versions. But which one? Well, the quote-unquote worst version of this game also happens to be one of the more interesting releases. On pretty much any phone that wasn't Android, so iPhone and Windows phones, yeah, remember when Microsoft used to make phones? Sonic looked a bit different. These versions of the game feature Sonic using the Sonic Rush model. Okay, I'm sorry, but this is awesome. Sure, it's low poly, making it lower fidelity than the other ones, but like, I love this guy. I feel like it's kind of unfair to call this the worst version, but at the same time, it is kind of cursed to see the Rush model in Sonic 4. Sonic 4 Episode 2 is a pretty similar story. It was developed for both console and mobile devices, but there's one port here that I think automatically makes it the worst version. So, do you guys remember the Ouya? Yeah, I didn't think so. The Ouya was a failed attempt at an Android-based home console. It was released in 2013 and its services ended in 2019. But even when its services were live, its most popular game at the time only sold 7,000 copies. The Ouya was a complete commercial disaster, and Sonic 4 Episode 2 actually released on this thing. I'm sure the game ran fine, but like, it was on the Ouya and died along with it. And that's really the only reason I'm considering this the worst version. And I guess the Ouya controller and user interface kind of sucks, so that just makes it all the more cumbersome to play. Sonic Colors released on both the Wii and DS in 2010. Now, you might be thinking, oh, obviously the DS version has to be the worst one, right? Well, actually, not at all. Colors DS is essentially the third Sonic Rush-style game, and it's pretty different from its Wii counterpart. It really isn't similar enough to directly compare, and for what it is, it's actually a really solid game. So now what? Well, the console version of Colors would get a remaster in 2021, and I'm being very generous even using that word. This remaster was a complete botch of the original in terms of graphics and performance. Its lighting is all wrong, and especially if you're playing it on the Nintendo Switch, the game is locked at 30 frames per second and can dip under quite frequently. This is the worst version of this game. Like, even the Wii played this game better. On top of that, before it got patched, the game used to be riddled with glitches not found in the original, some of them being straight up seizure-inducing. Sonic Generations was also a multi-plat release, coming out on PS3, 360, PC, and 3DS. And I'm not even going to sugarcoat it, the 3DS version of Generations isn't all that amazing. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not bad, especially considering what they tried to do on the 3DS hardware. And once again, it's worth noting the 3DS version isn't a direct port, it's kind of its own thing. The game still features the classic modern Sonic gameplay split, the stages are based on iconic Sonic levels from across the series, and the controls are serviceable for a handheld Sonic title. But the roster of levels is completely different. This isn't a bad thing or anything, I think it's actually pretty awesome. It really just comes down to the fact that this isn't as fun as the HD release. It has completely 2D level design and doesn't feel as polished as the console release. So while the 3DS version isn't a complete disaster like some of these other games, it's hard to praise it too much when you're literally comparing it to one of the best Sonic games of all time. Unfortunately, it's just a matter of the bar being set too high by the HD release. Just like Generations, Lost World has releases on console, PC, and handheld. And trust me, the worst version of Sonic Lost World isn't even up for debate. It's the 3DS version. Once again, this isn't a direct port of Lost World to a lower fidelity system. It's another reimagining, just like Generations 3DS was. It shares the same level themes and very loose gameplay ideas, but at the end of the day, this is its own game. That's fun in itself, but this is just another case of it not being as fun as the console release. Now, unlike Generations, I really don't think the HD version of Lost World is even that great to begin with, so I think this version could have had the opportunity to be the better version. But as expected from games like these, it's pretty much a watered-down version of the original, having more awkward controls and worse level design. I'm sorry, but this version didn't even stand a chance. Okay. So you know Netflix? Yes, I promise this is relevant. Well, Netflix Games launched in 2021 as part of Netflix's efforts to span beyond streaming movies and TV shows, offering a small library of mobile games accessible through its app for subscribers. Now, you're probably thinking, what the heck, is this like a sponsor segment? But no, Sonic Mania actually had a release on Netflix Games. And would you guess it? This is the worst way to play it. It comes down to mostly two things: botched audio, and atrocious menu design. Sonic Mania has one of the best soundtracks in the entire franchise, but for whatever reason, the audio compression is so bad it sounds like you're listening to the soundtrack through a telephone call. Hey, maybe they were just going for accuracy since this is a phone port. But what's worse is the menu design. This was just not tested at all, I'm almost positive. Instead of using like regular touchscreen controls, you have to use these small buttons that are like almost impossible to press because they're so tiny. Navigating the menu is honestly more challenging than some of this game. Also, the in-game touchscreen controls just kinda suck. But that's just a general complaint I have for most mobile games. Sonic Mania on Netflix is truly the port nobody asked for. Now, for this next one, I'm gonna lump all three of these games together because they have the same answer and issues. But for Sonic Forces, Frontiers, and Superstars, I wish I could say that they had some kind of crazy obscure port that completely sucked. But they really just don't. The worst they all have going for them is that they released on the Switch. You've got the usual issues, like Forces and Frontiers being capped at 30 FPS, and all three games having frame drops, lower resolution, and worse graphics and lighting. But at the end of the day, these aren't terrible ways to play any of these games. Yes, they're objectively worse, but man, I think this really just goes to show that gaming has come a long way. No longer do we need completely separate demakes of games for portable consoles. Our portable consoles these days, while still admittedly are noticeably weaker, can more or less play a lot of the same games as the big boy consoles. Sure, you're gonna have to compromise, but if you would have told 10-year-old me that you'd be able to play a fully 3D Sonic game on a handheld system, I wouldn't have believed you. Don't get me wrong, all of the Switch versions of these games have pretty glaring issues that their higher fidelity counterparts don't have. But I really think this gap is only going to get smaller and smaller as video game consoles progress. And there you have it, the worst way to play every mainline Sonic game. It's clear that Sonic has been through the ringer for certain ports or versions of his games. While some of these games can still be fun despite their flaws, others feel like pure masochism. But hey, that's the roller coaster ride of being a Sonic fan, right? If anything, these terrible versions make us appreciate the good ones.
This is you, and this is your surprising hunch.
Carolina!
Hey there, welcome to another episode of an ongoing series where we basically take the camera anywhere we want to try to find secrets and new discoveries to some of our favorite games. And today, we got a real special episode. We're finally covering Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2. And for that animated intro, I just wanted to thank real quick Channy and Kimberly, who are animators on this platform, and you can have links to them down below. And also, one of the tools that's used in this episode is the Sonic Level Editor to be able to talk about some of the other things that we won't be able to talk about with just the in-game assets. So, with that said, we have found a lot of things in Sonic 1 and a few things in Sonic 2. I actually thought it would be the other way around, but I was very wrong about that. So, let me show you what I found, and yeah, let's jump into it. So the first thing that I want to talk about is stuff that is found out of bounds, because games like this, you don't usually see objects just kind of stored in the out of bounds areas. And some of this stuff, by the way, was really hard to find because of the fact that debug mode on all these games are still a bit of a controlled experience. The camera will still kind of guide you to where it wants you to see things. Sometimes it doesn't work properly, doesn't work exactly the way that they would want it to, and sometimes you can go well outside the boundaries. But thanks to the Level Editor tool, I noticed something really far outside the boundaries, and when I looked at it up close, I realized it's a rock. But not only that, if I do use the debug camera in the game, there is a glitch that allows me to go well outside the boundaries and see the rock in-game myself. What the heck it's doing here is probably just a leftover left by the developers that they didn't realize that they placed. But that's not the only thing that was kind of unused and not needed. Like in Labyrinth Zone here, if you remove this layer, you can see that there's a whole row of spikes that goes completely unused. Although, funny enough, this is actually in the exact same coordinate as the row of spikes in a different act of Labyrinth Zone. So it's possible that Act 1 was actually built off of Act 2, and they just forgot to delete that asset. Another example of something way outside the boundaries, and unfortunately, I can't actually show you this one in-game because the camera works as it's intended in debug mode. But far, far below this tunnel area in this act, you could see an unused yellow spring. Even with how the Level Editor tool works, I couldn't even show you this up close. I had to grab the spring and bring it inbounds just to show you. Also in Marble Zone, there's some unused spikes over here. And then I wanted to show you that at this particular instance, the camera doesn't work quite as intended, and if you move fast enough, you can catch a glimpse of these spikes that are actually resting above a gap in between the environment and the spikes themselves. Something that you don't normally get to see in game, so it is really neat to see that. But we're not here to just see funny things with the environment. You came here to see unused stuff, right? So towards the end of the game, in this level, there are several unused monitors that are not only hidden in the environment, but are also monitors that are simply just unused in the game entirely. They're just static monitors. And there's one that's placed here next to this ring monitor, which you can actually hit if you jump at this corner at a specific angle, which allows you to see what happens if you destroy a static monitor, which is that it just shows a little bit of a glitchy sprite for a second and then just appears to be a broken monitor. But that's not the only one that's in this stage. There's actually 3 more over here as well. And then there's this scene where a rush of lava is chasing after Sonic in a narrow hallway, and you have to get out of there in time before you get swept up by the pool of lava. And if you take the camera out, you can see that the sprite for the lava is actually not as long as you might think. Makes sense. This was originally a 4x3 game, and so having it just extend a little bit outside the boundaries is good enough, I suppose. And then next up is the infinite slide in Labyrinth Zone. So, unless you push a button, you're going to be continuously going down a slide in Labyrinth Zone without any end in sight. And how does the game pull that off? Well, if we use debug mode, we can see that we kind of hit a ceiling. But if we turn off debug mode, we can see that all of a sudden we can see above ourselves. So what's up with that? Well, the answer to that is that when you're in debug mode, you actually do hit the ceiling. And if you go all the way to the bottom in debug mode, you hit the bottom. But the game is programmed to initiate a flag when you're in play mode, which warps your character from the bottom to the top. So if you ever wanted to see what that looked like, we can use the Sonic Level Editor to show you a visual representation of where the top and the bottom actually is.
Kamala Harris stands unequivocally with Israel. She always has, and as president, she always will.
Easy peasy.
And here's a wild one for you. At the end of Act 2 of Scrap Brain Zone, you get tricked by Dr. Robotnik and you're dropped down into this hole to go into the final act. Now, if you use debug mode to break the boundaries and get on the other side, you can find out that Dr. Robotnik here can actually be attacked. Now, his character won't disappear after you attack him, but if he hits you, you will lose rings. And if you attack him, there is an impact that basically indicates that, yeah, you took a hit point off of him. After that, though, you can't really do anything as far as interacting with him. And then in the final boss fight, you got this whole contraption here where he comes out of the ceiling and the floor, and he might end up in one of 4 quadrants. Now, taking the camera out of bounds here will show you that the device is not fully modeled at all times, but Dr. Robotnik is always somewhere on the map at any given time. But in any given moment, he usually rests in wherever he was last, and then he teleports to where he's going to be next as the animation starts. And the special stage is definitely the crowning moment of Sonic 1. Going out of bounds in the special stage will eventually get you to hit a collection of RAM data, which ends up getting physical representation. Now, part of this, though, is that you actually get to see unused objects in this area, too. Like, for example, there's an emblem with Sonic's face on it, as well as numbered zones that were never used, like Zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There's also a W icon, too. So clearly there was a lot of different features that were meant for these special zones that got scrapped at some point during development. And then after you beat the game, you can see that there's this whole exclusive area that the player can't normally access. Taking the camera out of bounds will show you that there's not a lot to this environment very, very quickly. In fact, this taller area doesn't even have anything on top. The game just assumes that you'll never actually get to reach up here, so it just kind of cuts off suddenly. And what's neat is that if you get to the end of the screen here, out of bounds, the large Sonic sprite that's supposed to pop up at the player will still go to its designated spot, so you could basically see a clipped version of the giant sprite. And although debug mode will not allow me to go all the way to the right here, the level editor can show you also that there's way more to the environment than the game lets on. You see the giant ring here on the screen. That's pretty much as far as the game's supposed to allow you to see. But as you may have noticed, there's practically a whole other screen, or maybe even 2 screens of environment that the player never gets to see. Now let's talk about something we never get to talk about on Boundary Break, but people on YouTube love talking about it. It's called parallax scrolling. So Sonic the Hedgehog does a fantastic job of parallax scrolling, and what you're looking at here is the background of Sonic the Hedgehog. And you might notice that the water is like white with blue speckles. Apparently the water in Sonic the Hedgehog
Dude, I could just stop right now and be done. I don't even feel like playing Smash no more. I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for watching.